Howdy, howdy. Let's get into it. Ugh. All right. Frog. 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 Yay. I have frog now, too. Anyways, I got 11 will have to do. Magnet looks like it's going to break during this vault, which is quite disappointing because it's going to be annoying to go and repair it mid-vault. Uh, Feathers have already been added. Huh. Call them blue adjacent item quant. Little mining speed. Slight amount of lucky hit. Mining speed. Armor. I think technically Wrath Totem's the better one of those, but none of those were especially. Alright. Now I don't particularly feel like running an extremely boosted one, so we're just going to hit this with the usual collector. find Alexandrite, kill some hordes, kill a lot of hordes. I'm going to assume neither one of these is useful. Right. Hunt the runes. Horde mobs. Three in a row. Nah. Or Alexandrite. Okay. And one fortunate thing is, I could always run one of these if I need to force it to be Alexandrite. But I personally don't want to automatically force creepers. Anything notable in book at the moment? Nope. Okay. No clear path there, unfortunately. So we'll hope that the vault starts giving me answers. Anyways. Boink. Cracked barrel. One blip vial. First batch of hordes done. Yay, my bots. Spool. Pages. Yeah, done. Okay. Purple aren't on the menu. Got it. I'm kidding. More of those. Two cracked barrels there. That's great. Load in, go. So there's more coins there. Alright, so I do want to kill more of the assassins. Scrap pants. My box. Expensive room. Worthwhile, but expensive. Anyways, 6 minutes and a bit for just that first room. Ores. Let's do ores. Much fart, very cloud. Beware my gassy blade. Wait, that we call it a fart knife. Wait. Need to get that skeleton later. And that's both sets of hordes. Rib cage done. Skull done. Which means... nine. Right. Okay. I need coins. I'll take that as well. Crack script done. And that is the magnet breaking. Expected. This is one of the more convenient places for it to happen. But still annoying because I gotta go. Whoop. And then I have to use this and put it back. Alright. Let's take a moment to look around real quick, see if I can spot the Fool's Gold. Because I would love an opportunity to get the aesthetic armor set. Dang it. Oh well. Quick look up here. Anyways. Next room. Alex. Lemon is still quite useful. And, like, technically I should move my butt on to, like, I don't know, other rooms. Because I can get assassins anywhere to finish out the assassin part of Lerma, Alex. Because Larimar I still need for construction things. My storage. Like, yeah, once I get a hammer done in a couple levels, it's going to be quite easy for me to deal with that. There we go. But, on here, I have an Alex quest, and yeah, next Alexandrite finishes up that part of the quest. Unfortunately, that appears to be everything in this room. At least that I want to dig for. If I had the hammer, I would have obliterated the even low-quality one that was down there. Oh, look. More coins. I'm sure I need more coins. Anyways. Anyways, good to know that this secret exists up here. I'll have to remember that this is an option up here. Alex. Alex. Here, Alex. You hiding in here? No. Something, something. I need Heal Nova. Right? Modified group heal so that rather than be the whole vault, it's still now localized, but it does damage to nearby undead as a batch. Small child. Bonk. Anyways, that's this room. Well, except for a bit of wooden that I'm not exactly worried about. like, book doesn't get me anything else unless I get a wand. So if I get lucky enough that I find a wand, that would be great. But I'm not going to run under the assumption I will. I need several of those if I want a chance at any of that affecting the collection. The Wonders of the Frog. They can manage to push me uphill, too, in addition to downhill. Bonk. Wooden. Wooden. More mod boxes. More mod boxes. Because I still want to deal with compression not costing me an arm and a leg when it comes to gilded. Okay. No living up there. Wooden is wooden. Ooh, that's a decent batch of blade. Like, in theory, the dungeon would probably be the most profitable way for me to burn these last 2 minutes. But war rooms are decent as well. Especially if I can get the Alexandrite already sorted. Yeah, there we go. 3 bounties, all done. Decent amount of Larimar collected. And an exit just by going up to the middle there. Alexandrite. Bonk, 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 bonk. Oh, it would have been nice to get that Gorgonite. Oh well. Anyways. Level up. Chunk of experience, activate. Alright. Not much for gear, which is fine. Because Eggy, a lot of ores. Yeah. I would say that's a decent haul. Poison potion, poison potion, poison potion. Much Larry. Now, I don't particularly have things that I am spending a bunch of Alex on. Like, okay, yes, each vault I'm running is costing me 4 Alexandrite, but like, given the fact that my reserves are significant, to say the least. Scrolly, 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 scroll. Yeah, like, I am not. One of the stupid things I'm wearing has managed to gain itself more increased duration. Yeah. The pants probably gained a bit more effect duration and that pushed it up. So it's now breaking more than the 8 that Vine Manor naturally does, which means I'm getting odd counts, like sometimes. There we go. All right. 3F. Yeah. Oh no, it cost me how much? I'm glad that this actually worked out to at least even. I still think I probably spent too much on it, but crush, 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 crush. I love how when it leaves me a butt. Bye! Shows a butt. Yeah, I wasn't particularly in need of extra glued. And in theory, I should double check these. Yeah, I haven't used any of those. What's this one? Daycare. So I'm not going to get plentiful next vault anyways, because it won't be after refresh. I mean, I could. Wear this one. Minus 1 days old. Pink, obviously. Remember, companions or dolls? Companions or dolls. You can't use both, but you gotta pick. Um, turn off on smelting things automatically. Only about 6 stacks of Larimar out of that. That'll last about 2 minutes. Okay, I'm exaggerating there, but you know. Fine, fine. I'll make it iron. I'll make it iron. Yeah, it looks like I was trying to make iron anyways, so. Sure. Probably was something over here. I think I just added this to one of the storages, which means I need to do this for standard procedure. And like some of these, like apples and bamboo and things like that, need me to go and make compression upgrades for them once they aren't an arm and a leg, or I hit the point where I can make 200 vault diamonds a vault. So some of these ones with the compression need set to gold because gold is the one that gets 3 upgrades. so that I can void the excess instead of flooding this. Tech upgrade. That's the next step for that one. Like, yeah, I know. In theory, I could start doing these soon, but like, that's still a stack of Larimar in addition to the Pogs. And since mine rooms, which will be one of the primary things you can really take advantage of with the hammer, drop no Larimar. There we go. Now we can take the stupid sweets. There we go. Alright. Greetings, greetings. Hi, Cled. I really need to adjust the size of text on the chat display off to the side. Yeah, okay, let's finally... I've been putting this off too long. One of these. 2 of these. I'm going to need to spin some more pink out. Oh, just more of my storage. In this case, though, I'm about to put down a barrel for collecting the temporal shards that I basically never use, so that other people on this server can come and raid. But otherwise, I'm working on like just keeping the storage going while I wait for the next patch to come out, when they add the compression upgrades to the mod boxes. Because right now, what used to be like a real simple thing to set up the compression is like 9 times more expensive per compression, and a difference of 40 to 400 vault diamonds is a pretty significant amount. Even if I have a decent amount at this point, this is still competing with all the knowledge I could have been doing, which, like, okay, I have a decent amount now. But otherwise, just kind of like going, okay, these are due and needed a spice, and I should add blank seals, which I've been just storing near my portal and hand making the seals whenever I've been needing them. But like over time, I do need to get rid of the last remnant of my starting chest monster. And some of that will be things like putting a filter upgrade on this and then telling it to only be cores, but attaching it to the system someplace. Well, depends on what level you count as no cheese. Is this cheese? Because like I'm not a caster. I'm probably, I think it was sometime in season 2 or 3 when Iskall like mentioned lucky hit for like life leeching or other things like that. that I changed over to... Oh no, like, I'm not even using the best loot stats for how I play. I play the uh, way that I like the most, which is just melee tanking. Like, I know how to do a poison mage that the last time I did a poison mage instead of the melee at exactly the same level, I was getting 20% more loot on just those runs. And it was like, so why in the world are you doing it like this? Because this is, frankly, a little more fun. And honestly, like, I've put up with enough random crap through all the seasons. During the Great Silence of Update 16, I ran a season entirely solo. Well, like, give or take. There were technically other people on the server, but, like, it's about as empty as this one has been, too. But that's because people keep getting busy. And, like, it's not that the other players aren't playing at all. It's just that they're hardly doing daily runs. Yeah. But, like, given the fact that we've got a few people that weren't part of that group, but I've still got at least a couple people I've managed to drag with me, in that I'm the one that's always asking and, like, arranging for us to be on the same server. And here we are. This is Season 8. Though I might argue that right now we haven't actually had as many of those ones as I wanted to. But I'm not going to blame Crafty for dealing with the school year ending right as the season began, and that has left her with, like, no time to do anything else. That goes in there, that goes in there, that goes in there, that goes in there. That's... Nope, I'm going to need to pull that one back out because that is not something in the system, that's in the drawers. Faceted. Echo goes in. Artifacts go in here. At some point, maybe I'll start cracking those open, but I'm not near level 100. I don't need all of those sorted out yet. Anyways, seals go in. Get your butt out here. They go in there. That's probably all scrap. $2.9. 7.2. Something, something. Make sure when you use I'm playing on one of the official servers under Iskallia as a patron of Iskallia 85. So that's where I'm playing right now. And it works fairly well. Been doing that since update 3 of the mod pack. You remember back when the tools were just the pickaxes that you spammed updates on and hoped it didn't break? No, wait, that was the magnets. Maybe that was the pickaxes too. You know, it's so long ago. Something, something. Vault Hunters 3rd Edition has been at least 4 different games. And I've played 8 seasons of it. None of those are especially useful. Scrap. Scrap. But yeah, you managed to catch me at a moment where I was able to glance at chat. Because sometimes I'm, like, not looking, and then it's like 4 hours later. Oh, I don't think they're going to be there anymore. At some point, the key with these, fun one, you can actually hook, you know, with the new remastered. You can't hook up more than one thing if you're doing this, but you can hook them directly up to the core. I don't think it's especially helpful for like any kind of lag or putting things away, but you can. Anyways, bounty pearls are overflowing, which means I need to get my butt over there and add a couple of upgrades to that. Oh, yeah. I'm currently aiming at getting to level 80. I was about halfway through 78 before the last vault, but between the 3 bounties and completion, I've gained most of a level. Also, 100%, I recommend whatever, like, living is, like, the best attribute to have on any piece of gear. Everything else can, like, before level 100, as long as you've got, like, 10, 20 levels, absolutely. I haven't managed to get to the greed part, but I might have gone a bit overboard when Prestige first came out, and I hit 543 before the season ended. So, like, I don't necessarily know the word restraint. At least not reasonably, apparently. Let's compress some Larry. I still have a decent amount of that. But again, like, I do not want to pay 18 vault diamonds per compression if I can help it. So right now I'm just waiting on the upgrade to come out, especially because if you haven't noticed, besides just like the vault stuff all needing compression, I might have a lot more things that want compressed. So that's where I'm at with my storage system right now. Noting that, like, before I made any kind of judgment about whether or not things were over expensive, I made one of these, which is the expensive one, as well as one of the 3x3 auto compression ones. And, like, I'm making do for a little while with some of the decor ones using the 2x2, because it's at least the same cost as the old compression upgrades. The only problem is, whenever it does this compression like this, if you are using a trick like I am for delooting, where you have your deposit upgrade here, and then you've just set it to match the inventory contents. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You're since you've already hit the greed, noting that I had to wait for them to hit the point on this that they managed to put the greed up. And right now, I like all of this has just been just me running, and I've only been doing about one stream a day, no more than the amount of time between restarts, and even then, it's usually about 3 hours. With the notable exception that day one I did two streams, one before and one after one of the restarts. So I got about 8 hours on the first day, and then it's been about 2 to 4 hours every day since, and I'm on day 48. So like I'm playing a bunch, but I'm also not playing quite as much. But yeah. And in this case, like I don't have a major reason why I would be voiding the excess on these. Like any of the vault loot stuff, why would I put a void upgrade on it? Like honestly, if you get it to like diamond tier and then the what you call it, get it the or even the netherite, you get some of these to netherite and then you set it up, and then you don't tell it to void excess. You just make a secondary system so that whenever you deposit, if for whatever reason it doesn't fit, it just sticks all of the excess above one of the reapers, the and convert any of the excess. Like if these start overflowing, it dumps into a secondary inventory, like I did with this here. But then you just immediately go, all the vault stuff is immediately getting turned into soul shards. Reduce, reuse, reevaluate your life choices. Wait. That's not... That's not how that sentence goes. One, two, three, four. You should just make a stack of those all at once. I do from time to time. But at the same time, if I do that now, we back to, hey, I don't have any of the loose ones yet, which means I'm just going to be taking them apart to craft things like this. Because apparently stone is too full. Like, I do not blame stone for being too full, because I haven't put a single stack upgrade in it, and it was still based here. Like, yes, I can hand compress those, but at the same time. Anyways, I need to have just a little bit more of this if I'm going to. And like, I don't have the oh, don't void the things rule that I do in vanilla for farmables, where it's like, no, like, don't just throw it out into a fire. If it's compostable, compost it, or things like that. But when what you farm is from these, okay. I can put void upgrades in all of those. Stone. But yeah. Anyways, like every season, I end up being the drawers guy anyways. And like some of it is like I've learned these habits running a base for 4 people worth of loot, even if I am the primary. But, like, yeah. I'm always a bit more ambitious than I actually need to be. I probably don't need this setup so that I can have 5 layers or 6 layers of drawers, all properly aligned. And like, okay, why are your barrels arranged like that? Well, you see, 31 by 31 is the maximum space. So that goes there. But because I don't have the trim pieces, I can't just, like, make decent corners. I mean, ew. What's going on back here? We don't look at that. And, like, eventually I'll even get it so all of these are touching, so that, or at least all of this wall and all of this wall are all partially connected, which probably will just be me going, well, I've got more materials for making more drawers. What modded things have I managed to accidentally pick up that I now should just start sticking in barrels instead of over here in the, Anyway, sorry about the fart clouds, guys. You get to continue to live down there. Then whatever I'm doing with this. Oh. Ice bricks need a home. Modded wall. Minecraft wall. Continuation of the color wall, because honestly, there's a decent amount of color things you can get out of the vault or need to throw at the vault. And why wouldn't I have all the walls and everything? Because honestly, like, this was the first, like, even my absolute first seasons, I've got pictures of that. And in fact, my first screenshot of in Vault Hunters that I still have is an array of 16 differently colored sheep in pens. Honestly, I need to get around. Those all still need fed more. But I haven't actually set up wheat automation. I'm still just surviving off of whatever I bothered to go and harvest from this from time to time, which I should do more frequently. Also, as the vault crystal tells me more things to do, I'll add more things to the array. But for now, I need more fruit. Because you can't use more than 10 of any given fruit item in a vault as a single person. So why carry around more than 10 of anything? And then you can evaluate which one you think would be a decent one for you to throw. What am I doing for iron? Okay. I do have a decent amount of iron, so I can probably not worry about it too much yet. But at some point, I probably should finish making, or should set up an iron farm of some sort, even if it's just roll some more eggs and stick out a boss plate. And that was andesite. Heck, once I get the compression stuff sorted out, I'll actually, I might actually invest in the ultra automation. But as long as I'm having to, like, hand compress whenever the things get too much, like, I don't want it automatically pulling from the system because it'll go, oh, you don't have that. Yes, I do. It's just compressed right now. And now I have to hand uncompress it just for my automatic system to bring it in because the automatic system doesn't decompress automatically on its own. But yeah, I'm currently queued up to make a hammer at 80. And that's my current goal for next step. And then see about getting prismatic all sorted out by okay, nope. That one's not worth keeping. Effect cloud. Like, it's a decent cost for a custom there, but at the same time, it's like, no. I'm not quite that unlimited on my chromatic iron quite yet. Maybe that one. Nah. Those are at least easier to find in the vault than the two fundamental focuses. So we'll go with that one. I unfortunately have now annoyed myself because, hey, all my blank seals are now in the computer, which means I now don't have a reason for these to be here. Which means I should go and put hoppers someplace in the system. So I can make my collector seals. And I can take a break for a little while. So I can train the... I think it was the pylon hunter I got just now. Why don't you invest in elevators? Because that requires effort. And honestly, does this look like somebody who's using their system to its fullest potential? Like, I don't even have any drives in place yet. I've had drives longer than I've had barrels. Oh, right, that's right. The big thing that was keeping me from just hard manufacturing a 64K drive. Why aren't you JEI synchronized? K part. Was the fact that I didn't have enough Larimar to convert some of the 1K drives to 4K drives. Oh no. Wrong part. This one. There we go. Wrong part again. 4K. What do you mean I don't have those in system? Fine. Right, I have to keep uncompressing that chromatic iron because I keep leaving it in the blocks. Alright. More! There we go. Four, five, six, seven. Something, something, can't count in front of the, new kids. Because before you get to 8, they freak out. And then that lets me go. Fine, I will handcraft an echo pod from scratch. What am I, Polydine? Okay, I guess I'm not using enough butter for that. Echo pod. One diamond, look. And then I need to make a bunch more of this. Two, three, four. Really? I don't have more black chromatic currently, or black opals currently compressed. Fine. Yay! Now I actually, in theory, should start sticking some stuff in there. Mainly starting with all the things that are single counts. That's where they keep spawning. Not down here, up there. That's why I'm not spawning them before I get there. Okay. Not that I'm going to do anything about that. At least not right now. Later I might. And by later I might, I mean, I might finally, go and spend... nah. I don't have quite enough echo to spend the amount of, echo I would need to suppress the area for torches. Because I gotta cover this base as well. That my teammate has started on, but hasn't managed to hop on quite as frequently. But yeah, like... Okay, I should check what the next rock needs. And I really should set the rock before I hit 80. Just so that it doesn't automatically go, oh, you're now level 80. Well, we can start now asking you for another batch of things. And be annoying about it. Seal of the Collector. There we go. I should add one of the tall flowers to one of the pots. Let's take a half second to do that. Dirt. Make it farmland, so it's slightly faster. Put this back. And then it's 1, 2, 3 of these. Four of those, which lets you. Okay, one more. There we go. Then I need to compress a couple more blocks of this. That's that. 1, 2, 3. And like, I'll upgrade things as the need arises. Because like, yeah, you could upgrade ahead of time, but at the same time, it's like, why be too far ahead of what you need at that moment? Okay. Tall flowers have now been added to that. Eventually I need to add seagrass to it. But that's enough dilly-dallying with the storage. Let's hop into the next one. Treasure Collector Vault. Bonk. Wrong button. Yeah, I think this one up here is actually the most reasonable line to go for. Just as you need some kind of guarantee, with the next closest one being this one. Like, if you get lucky, some of the other ones aren't terrible, depending on what you get. But the most chaseable, I would say, is probably one of the two purples. Bonk, 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 bonk. Honestly, the thing that I'm most disappointed about is the fact that, like, okay, yeah, we can now craft... Hi, Saddlebag. You can now craft uniques, so you get a better chance of getting a good usable unique if you just recycle and different things like that. But you can't control what unique you get from that. And because he got rid of living, you can't have, like, gone, hey, I got lucky, I got my Rose Thorn Ivy as a life leech lucky hit build. So that I can just kind of thorns my way through the vaults, just let things run into me. Because, like, if it rolls badly, it just, like, there's nothing you can do about it. Like, the big difference between chaotic gear and unique gear right now is how frequently you can get it, and basically nothing else, because, like, you can't do anything with the unique gear to upgrade it. It has weird modifiers that you can't get elsewhere, and it's off balance with other things. But, like, so in theory are chaotic, but at the same time, of course, with, like, your buddy running a server, like, your buddy can make choices about how common different loots are and things like that. You can also run at higher loot rates. Like, if you ever do arcade servering, 3 times the loot, boosted EXP. Like, thanks, guys, for fixing that bug that sometimes made chests take longer to loot. It's so much better now that sometimes there are just chests where you have to waterlog them to loot them instead. Rather than having the full mining time for each slice. I am far less inconvenienced now. Anyways, there's that focus I was talking about. So that's a decent chunk of EXP. Heck, I could leave the vault right now. Either by walking back or, in fact, dying, because I'm also set to casual. So all death costs me is the experience for the vault. So I could give up, what? Couple thousand up there? About 10,000? And I could just kind of go, okay, I lost 10,000, but I have more than enough in the bounty to level up. And just go and level up that way. Something, something. I thought we had just said that you don't really cheese. I do. Being aware of every way I could cheese is not the same as actively cheesing. Because when you know all the secrets of what isn't in line with the playstyle of everything, it's far easier to go, and just play. Because you can always go, well, if I'm having a really bad day and don't want to deal with that, well, guess what? I know I can do this. Or this. What point of interest did you guys come from? Were you all that hanging one, or are you falling out of the secret somewhere up there? Because I know there's a secret up there, but, like, it's so annoying to get to. At least I think. But I'm going to guess probably not if they were all down there. And they probably came from that one. Coins. How much am I dependent on coins? Not much, but I am getting close to a completion via coins and ornate. That's the other direction on purple here. I still say, based on the rate he's been doing dwellers, he should add purple back on dwellers. And then he just needs to hit the scav with, hey, they don't drop from dwellers without souls. If I only needed brains. Eyeballs from purple. Or from and nothing else, actually. Nothing. Bonk. Ugh. That's this room. Ores. Which is great because I have an Alexandrite bounty. That one has nothing in it. This is one of the ones that I really only like when I have a hammer, because hammer lets me ignore all that nonsense, especially because now you can add reaping directly. Ew, the fart clouds were so bad I took damage. Wishbones. Alright. Yeah, don't need black mob essence. So I don't need to feel bad about skipping those. Bonk. And, like, the good thing about these is, like, even one completion anywhere in a collector's is equal to a elixir for crate tiers. And any 2 lines is equal to a scavenger. So, like, okay, yeah, you're doing a little more than a standard scavenger, but given the fact that you essentially get 10 scavengers to pick from, and you just have to do at least 2 of them, and they can even overlap, it makes it a lot better for amount of, like, fruit you're going to get out of things. Still no skulls. Bummer. Anything else? Anything else? Next room. Next room. At least it's got a little bit of Alex, and I still need 1 more wishbone. Which, like, this one has enough spaces. It has a decent chance of giving me the wishbone. There we go. Yep. And no on the skulls. Oh well. Next room, next room. Tanks, wooden, coins, ornate. Wooden. I mean, to be fair, coins and ores could also do it if I get that last rib cage. Frog. Gotta love it. Sirs. Rude. Raise your hand. Don't tap me on the shoulder if you've got something to say. Page is done. Yeah, like these guys, they absolutely would be fine to have like a 1/4 chance of giving you purple. Even under the current counts. Because, like, they show up in packs of 2 right now. Alright. And I've done all the things up. So, next room. Feather-coated jump there. What were you expecting? Were you going to just, like, hit the edge of it, then use the jump to land safely on it? Book's done. So now I need tanks for completion. Rude. Like, nothing spawned in this room. Okay, that's not entirely true. I've got ores there, I've got these gilded here. I probably should have been more wary about leaving it mainly as thanks for completion on this theme still. Because, well, like, they have fixed it still. It's still, like, this is far from the best theme for it. Stop pushing. 2 spools. Okay. Anyways, back up there we go. Am I back up there? I mean, let's actually land this time. Assassin mops. I'm not going to attempt it with 10 minutes left. Or less than 10 minutes left. If I had spotted that, like... It's not a hard one to do, not with the chance of large slimes and whatnot. Sneaky mineshaft is sneaky. Okay, it's not entirely a mineshaft. This one's slightly different. This is a storage depot. Webbing spool. Alright. There's only one point of interest that I really didn't get in this. And that's that one over in that corner. And I'm going to guess it's probably not what's going to make or break this vault. Especially knowing that the primary thing I need. Kill champions, you say? I'm kidding. I don't have my champion's domain with me right now anyways. Yeah, like, that was like the most I've seen at one time for dwellers in a while. Like, it gave me something towards my ore completions. That's wooden, so I can ignore that. Coins. Alright, boys. You want to come get me? Come get me. I'm going to be over here. Seeing if I can find at least one completion somewhere in this. No, I don't. This is not cheesy. They pushed me up here. Like, it's just like, how many different ways can we get you one away from being done? Like, single eyeball, single skull. Like, okay, at least the cracked pearls, that's going to be two, so it's not quite so, like, given. But, like, I don't have earrings left. Tank? No. Boards. Okay. End of the vault. Lovely. I didn't drop it. Like, okay, hordes give me lemons in my completion crates, at least, so I can use lemons pretty freely. So if 2 minutes isn't enough to turn up tanks or... Yeah, look at all those one-aways. One away, one away, one away. Oh. One of my favorite points of interest. Because it has a coin placeholder that you can steal by breaking that pillar I just did. Also, it has a decent amount of coins, and I'm needing coins at the moment. Alright. Wrong button. This button. Yeah, like, look at all those ones away. Chance of an eyeball being what I get is low, but it's not impossible. Wooden. That's either wooden or gilded, but either way. wooden. Gilded, but that's hordes. What's the toxic one got me? Points? Oh, this is the one variant. Dang it. I like the coins boat. Alright. No ornate secret. It's wooden. It's wooden. Yeah, like... Okay, even the ornate wouldn't have done it anyways. Maybe I just need to see if I can run through a war room. Or maybe the mushroom will actually give me the eye I need. No guarantee, but if anything, it has a chance of giving me what I need. It's this. Okay. Ugh. War room. Not technically. Oh well. Like, I gave it a try there. Absolutely, that was full 30 minutes, so... oh well. Like I said, lemons are relatively free for me because I currently have a horde lemon count, so I can just get a refresh on those. And I won't say that I didn't get a decent amount of loot for what the run ended up being. Alright. Get your butt here. There we go. Slight bit of lag. Yeah. when they're fully compressed, they don't register as being there. So you gotta hand put some of them away, and it's like, that defeats the purpose of having the deposit upgrade, right? Have to hand remove these ones. Because I used my last batch of them to craft away. Pull the Larimar before I try and deposit so that I don't have to dig it out of my system. Remind myself that these are still off system. This is somebody else's problem. And by that I mean one of my server mates who has based with me before is currently using a large amount of chromatic wood, so any form of it I get, give or take, should get shipped off. Right, claim this in the right order. Okay, not quite done there. Bummer. Ooh, a living shirt of some sort. We'll give it... Ooh, Ep tier. If it weren't for the fact that I've already put a bunch of resources into this, but that means that something it gets to go in here alongside the other one. Oop. Those go in there. No, that's worthwhile at the moment. Item rarity. Attack damage. Gotcha. Cool. Lara, my beloved. That's the tank's charm. Effect avoidance, health, healing efficiency, and armor? Like, okay, yeah. About the only way it could be better for a tank would be if, well, there was resistance someplace, but none of the god charms give resistance directly. Which is a bummer, because, like, 1% per favor resistance god charm lets you get the full 50% resistance entirely from the charm. You know, the same way you can get 100% effect avoidance from the charm. Something effect avoidance means nothing to mining fatigue. Mining fatigue is not an effect to be avoided. Tell that to all the people who just use TNT to get into the monuments. Seven. Yeah. Remember, if you're going to have jewels in your system, they need an isolated system part. In this case, they've got a 4K cube buried deep in the walls. Because if I ever stick more than 4,000 jewels into a digital storage all at once, someone should come by my base and shoot me. Right. Unrefined carbon, refined carbon. Nice. Anyways, I love when it, like, goes, oh, you can't compress anymore. And it's like, no, actually you can. Like right there. See? See? It's at capacity. Which means I need to give it 2 more tiers. Because why in the world does it have the upgrade, but none of the laziness? Oh no, I'm running out of Larimar. What am I ever going to do? I'm going to be slightly annoyed because I keep needing to uncompact some chromatic iron. If you're going to complain this much, just bite the bullet and buy the expensive stuff. No! You buy the expensive stuff when it's toilet paper. Not when it's crap. Whoop, whoop. Okay, just people messaging some discords. Not anything I need to pay attention to. Someone complaining about the Pokemon TCG mobile. They have until tonight to do this particular thing for this particular trophy, but it involves PvPing other players, and the meta is currently full of cheese. Alright. Z3 F. Honestly, I'm really glad they got rid of casual deaths doing durability damage, because that was one of the meanest things to still have intact as long as it was. Especially once they made it so that Soulbound was no longer a thing you could force a guarantee on. Oh, Soulbound is only in the implicits and has to roll. So we don't want you re-rolling it or whatever. So it's not part of the... Oh, like... Or it's not implicit anymore. It's part of the inherent quality. Anyways, one thing I can say is I am glad of casual for this. The fact that I don't have a immediately dead companion the first time I run it, because the dang thing kept absolutely denying me any of them. Like, really, I can't find an eye, haven't found a mushroom, I can't find, like, none of the tanks dropped. One of these days I need to actually finish putting drowned in the machine as well. $1 tall. Tall. Then we go to tough. Look, I want to hit 80 before I stop today. One more vault, especially because, like, what? 70k. Okay, the horde is only 20, 30. So I, like, okay, I don't have 100% of the requirement already done, but like, why is that there? Because when I get to a mine room, I don't need to be burning through sweets. At least once I've got my hammer made. I also probably will go to the magnet rather than the frog once I get one. But it hasn't rolled me a frog or a the anchor yet. Hazardura. Yeah, that still needs to roll to a bit better. That still needs to roll to a bit better, but like honestly, that's a decent amount. How far am I from full effective ordnance? Less than 30? I keep forgetting to actually upgrade my pants before I go through. Because I got that resistance, but at the same time, I think I need another. Besides the resistance, I need another pyretic because while I can upgrade it to epic right now, there's a 50-50 chance that gives me the wrong set. And it gives me suffix instead of a prefix. And I need a prefix to add resistance to the pants. At least none of these are relying on purple. Green's fairly free, black's fairly free. Last vault would have been fine if it only needed brains instead of an eye. Oh look, the woods are already dead. Dueling fat clouds. Oh, that's a small one. That's easy. Let's make sure they're all spawned in. Anyways, that was done quickly. No altar or anything, because this is a small dungeon. So it has a small chance of getting the altar. Oh, that's supposed to be a spider. I get it now. Anyways. Oh, that was a waste of time. No, it wasn't a waste of time. It got me a whole lemon out of it. That gave me at least a minute. So if I spend a minute, I've essentially saved a minute into another vault. 2 minutes if I get to the right level of prestige, right? Slimy. Oh. Secret back room, secret back room. Has some stuff in it. Secret back room. Coins and wood. Okay. I have no clue what I need in this vault. Not been paying attention because the last time I was paying attention absolutely screwed me over. Honeycomb blocks are actually the best way to troll somebody, because even in Vault Hunters, you don't get a tool that specifically mines them. I know. Give him hammer a fit. Anyways. Cages, eyeballs, bones. Get down there, guys. Thank you. I'll go and get you in a bit. Please wait your turn down in the queue. Nothing there. No dungeon there. Also, I love that these are actually undead, but the funguses aren't. The fungi are not considered undead for purposes of healing clouds doing damage to them. But the leaves are, because they're, in theory, like, just kind of fully enveloped zombies. Ooh. No. Bummer. Like, that key piece is going to pay for itself. But. Alright. Fine. I'll walk to someplace reasonable to be able to reach it and just that way. Like this is a reasonable place that you can reach that far. You know, that's completely normal for Minecraft reach speeds or distances. Like, if somebody told me it turns out that the rock guys actually have a lowered than base tank rate of dropping purple, I believe them. No secret below that. It's wooden. Generation 1. Which, honestly, like, I've got enough healing efficiency that that's probably closer to like 2, if not 3. Book's done. Pages is going to take a while, if I can try for it. Pages doesn't have a good line of completion because it either needs eyes or 3 goblets to really matter. So I can ignore that one mostly. 2 earrings, 3 goblets, so I could just focus Gilded from here on out. You know, just find myself a random library, because I'm sure there's a random library. Right? All I need is a dungeon. The Omega Finder. And then I can just kind of go, okay, let's go find it. Don't even need all these cool things. Alright. So in theory, I should just be done with wooden at this point. Because the chances of it actually contributing to a completion at the moment is slim for what's left. At the same time, like, it's not giving me the dungeons I need to just go after Gilded, so. Eyeballs? Eyeballs? Not drowned hide, eyeballs. Okay, fine. Drowned hide isn't too bad either. If I only found some brains. Tanks. Nope. Nope, I'm not dumb enough to put my reputation on the line based on whether or not I'm going to find enough tanks. We already saw what happened last time. I don't know, over here taking the piss out of it. Already did that one. Come on, boys. Yay! Next room! Next room! Say it with me! Yay! Huh. Missed. It's a stupid library, isn't it? Yep. Well, at least I found some gilded, right? That's what I was needing, right? I mean, how many paths does some good gilded give me as potential? Okay. Anything else up here? Nope. So I didn't even spawn a great amount of gilded. Even when I look down here. Alright. Alright. Coin piles. Yeah, this is a fairly annoying board. That doesn't look like it's going to give me any kind of completion. Short of me finding, like, the right omegas. The right omega room. Because, like, even... like, mining is only, like, a couple of bone shards is all I'm going to get out of it. And there we go. Larimar, Larimar. Anyways, next. That's still more ores. That's less useful. Next room. I swear, if it turns out that, like, the reason I'm having such a hard time is because level 78 versus 79 is a push point. As in, like, the scav numbers all went up at 79. And therefore the collector numbers, which are inherited, also did. And Yeah, I love how the one side is like one living and mostly gilded. So like it wants you to get like a library, but you need a bit of assistance from a zombie that's willing to give you a hand, I mean an arm. I got some mob essence. I'll sort it out. It's like I'm just getting locked out because I'm not finding enough gilded and living. Something, something. First prestige be like... I'm actually kind of disappointed with the change in prestige where it is now so much harder to get bonus chests consistently. Because you can only get them on the greed tier relics as opposed to like occasionally dropping early on so that you could actually have like consistent I've got access to bonus chests for like doing the cascading chests without just going, well, attach Omega rooms to a vault and then not do anything but the Omega rooms in the vault. Because I'm sure that makes for such a balanced play, right? It makes for such an interesting playstyle if 100% of every run is focused on doing just the specific rooms you put on the vault, nothing else. With every so often doing some living runs so you can get enough inscription pieces to craft another set of rooms. Don't know why I'm still pelting the coins. I think I have. Okay. I am good to go on to the next route. Because nothing else promising appears to be around. And yeah, I have got all the coin things, so I can ignore the coin points of interest. Living. So if I find one of the good secrets, there's a decent chance from one of the ornate secrets that I can get a completion. think. No, I still need gilded for that. Yeah, I need living secrets. Ooh. Or I need, like, ornate secrets. Put in. My bad, I didn't mean to make that mess. Didn't realize I was quite that close to being. Not quite a good enough secret there. This one's fairly toxic. Those are good carves for what I need. Next room, next room. Wood in. Wood in, wood in. Let's add more regeneration. Wood in, wood. Let's start doubling back. Don't want to end up getting stuck in a dead end. Lid. I guess I just don't get 80 today. There's absolutely no way for me to get to 80 today. Nothing in the world is going to get me to 80 today. Something, something. Oh, it's just getting back at you for the free echo it gave you last. The free echoes it gave you at the end of last stream. Like, okay, yeah, it gave me a void vault, and that was a fairly easy completion, but still, it doesn't have to be so rude now. Like, there's giving and taking, and then there's like whatever it's doing. Okay, either of those legendaries worth watching. Attack damage, but it's on an axe. Mana regen on a scrap hill. Ugh. Oops, all suffixes. Like, that's not even chaotic. That's just vanilla with no crafting potential. Like, I'd be more impressed with chaotic gear if like it actually came with a guarantee that it's going to break one of the uh, base gear rules. Anyways, time to launch some jewel pouches all the way to spawn. Ew. You all keep. Did I not even run a rock yet? Sheesh. Okay. Well, it gives me something I need to do to end my day. Set up a cage. And or the boss fight. Alright. Perfect legendary. And auto harvesting tropical fish. I don't have an auto collecting part of it. It's just auto harvesting as it kills them. Okay. And most important aspect. Now, really, I don't have sponges anywhere in the system. So where did I stick? There they are. Makes sense. All right. Ugh. Bonk. I made a 3. God dang it. I don't have anything that likes using 3s. Used up all the things that... Okay, maybe not, but like... Fine. It goes on the shelf of maybe I'll use it later next to the oak barrel. Barrel 2. Make it pink. Too far. Too far. There we go. All right. And then the wet sponges. Dry sponges. And let's make everything locked. Everything up to fill levels. Showing its upgrades. Already shows tiers. Alright. Ooh, perfectly decent slots. Plating slabs. Ugh. That's cage. Oh look, I'm running out of crawl. Oh. This requires 18 black chromatic. Which requires five more chromatic iron than I currently have. I think I've got all my chromatic iron out. I don't think I've left any in here. Nope. All of that's been handled. Sand. Sand. So I need five more chromatic steel worth of chromatic iron. Anyways, if I mentioned how much I love the crafting between sophisticated barrels and RS, since sophisticated barrels operate the way that backpacks do, by technically counting the stacks a bit weird, and that means that you can't actually shift click 100% of all the things properly, because sometimes it just kind of goes, oh no, that was the end of a stack, so you only got 5 out of it. Because that makes perfect sense, right? Like, it's an extremely powerful mod. Absolutely, I am not going to deny that Pepperfly didn't do a really good job on that end of it. But there's just, like, little things that I would hope, if it had gone and actually been used for, like, any kind of proper vaulting or whatnot, it would have gotten ironed out quite a bit better for those little things. And, like, the backpack's absolutely spot on. They're doing exactly what they're supposed to, and they're doing it really well. But there's just these, like, little things that at this level of technical adventure modded Minecraft, that, like, it's just not quite there. Anyways, and, like, if I'm going to have to go and get more chromatic iron, I might as well get enough that I can also make the cage and do both of these at once. And maybe even take a look at what I can roll out of eggs right now. Another one of those. Actually, that's a funny one. Aw, it doesn't recognize those for clicking into. Anyways, Skellies. Is that just 2 on the Wither Skeletons? Yeah, it's just 2 on the Wither Skeletons. That can contribute. That's a 4x4 on the blazes. So 3 more witches, 2 more endermen. Okay. Alright. Those don't go in there. So I haven't given them a drawer yet. They continue to pile up here. Because I still need to make these and their crushed variants drawers. Gotta ship that to Kiki. And I'm absolutely missing. Need the Larimar. Alright. Larimar goes in here. Oh. Actually, next step, let's go deal with my pants. I mean, I could also see if I can find a decent one that's just a turn in or hunt something in the world. Kill horde mobs for. How much longer is this? 7 minutes, then I can reevaluate that one. Alright. Not that I can get into this vault as is at the moment. Alright. Pants come off. Ugh. Two steps. 1, 2. No resistance. Alright. So I need to wait before those actually get fully complete. But do I have mono regen as one of these? Yes. Oh, and it even rolled fairly well. Like, if I had an actual health one here, I'd be tempted to just kind of re-roll the front end of it and then just give it a new healing and a new resistance and it'll rebuild itself. But because, like, I want to have it with a decent resistance by the time I hit 100 with it, because it should last till then. But I also then need to make it epic so that, or no, not epic, Omega, so that I get the resistance slot, or I need the healing so I can guarantee that I will, or the health so I guarantee that I've got health and the resistance. Because technically the armor I can kind of ignore because, like, total armor is variable anyways, and it does fall off over time. So, unfortunately, I'm still not at hammer, and I need chromatic iron. So we go in the most convenient way possible. Down into the caves to look for it. Right? This makes great content, right? This is just what people want out of somebody streaming Vault Hunters. Is to watch them walk down the stairs like this. Whee! Oh, the wall. Tiny child door screaming in my ear. Noisy. Anyways. You know, in case anybody needs to know kind of where I've gone before for trying to find chromatic iron, it's a little bit obvious. Arguably, about here, I should just kind of go, well, I haven't gone this way much. Zombie dungeon. Different zombie dungeon at a different height. Spider dungeon. I don't know why in the world I named it J. You'd have to go back through the streams and it might just be like I bumped that key while I was typing out the name. Oh. Redstone. Oh. Also, the one important thing. I'm doing mining. Which means... I'm burning saturation. I love how you can tell that that is not a constant load chunk, but this one and this one are fairly consistently. Or that this one is. So like it tells you that this just is on the edge of a loading area. Because all of these are grown. These ones aren't. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, this one can break those. Okay. You can't collect them that way. Not the pudding. I think this is still set. Yeah, that's set to Silk Touch, so. If I want a large amount of the crystals, I need to do this. Alright. That's enough of that nonsense. Let's continue on our way through here. What did Minecraft be like? Anyways, like I get the idea, but really you're going to get rid of our favorite pastime? Chromatic iron or fluorite? The Vault Hunters introductory game show? And if I hit this and I haven't found it, I need to shift over and double back someplace else. Not this one. Further on. Alright. That's a fairly decent batch. Okay. Any more chromatic iron sticking at the edge of anything here? No. Further out than I thought. There we go. How did I get down here? That's just a spot on the map. Um, something. You always need more chromatic art. Right. Chromatic iron. Good to know that it actually would have at least turned some up. Anyways. Ugh. Riveting gameplay. Anyways. The breadsticks have, I wouldn't say damage immunity, but you know, if you're ever feeling sick, just have some bread. Oh look, a chromatic iron ore vein. One of the reasons I wish I had the anchor so I didn't have to do this just to handle the vein mining ore veins like this. Because it keeps leaving the blocks in the walls when I vein mine them. And if it weren't for the auto retrieve of the Pickering for Things Limit, I would have one heck of a time trying to get certain things out of walls. There we go. Also, I love that I can't get the raw blocks out of it. That they are in the excluded pool for Pickerings. Okay. So let's get these. One of these days, maybe I need to go and get my mining gadgets. Not that I think I especially need the mining gadgets. And that's those items picked up. Like, there's still probably some iron ore in the vein here someplace. But I came here mostly for the chromatic iron. And me collecting regular iron just is be going, well, like, I don't want to have to set up another boss plate too soon, especially not for one of the bosses I haven't gotten an egg for. So let's head on. Two. It smells like somebody's cooking something out there. So I wonder what is getting cooked by people. Anyways, this is supposed to be the thing that's depositing things at the moment. I should get glow liking going at some point. I also should get my Larimar back out because I keep putting it away. Bonk. At least glow liking, like, it's one of those ones where, like, yeah, I could just make use the regular pair of shears and go absolutely ham on it, and all I have to do is, like, hit it with bone meal, and that's if, like, I don't just make some stupid thing that's like, constructor, destructor. Or a destructor set all around a bone mealing what you call it? All right. This becomes this. Getting bugged at 9 at night to make grilled cheeses. Is this some kind of don't have children PSA? Oh, that won't help. Because if the argument is like, oh, you should never have children, nah. This one's not even mine. So I can't say is, oh, I'm a parent. Don't have kids. They're going to cause you so many headaches. It's like, oh, that seems a bit rude to say. Don't have siblings. They'll have kids that annoy you. Wait. All right. These give experience. This gives experience. So let's do the non-experienced one first. Clearly, I should make a bunch of knowledge stars, get myself building gadgets, and then use that to put all these down. Or I could just spend a bunch of Larimar on a bunch of modular routers that will place them down in rows, and then I just mine the rows, and then it refreshes again. Gold. What do you think? Do you think that's a decent amount of chromatic? Clearly not. So let's go double it. Need scratch that, need scratch that, need scratch. And there we go. Ugh. It's basically redstone, right? This is basically Larimar. And Zine for good luck, right? That's how this works, right? All right. 3. F. There we go. Of course, saturation resets as soon as I go in a vault, so this is only useful for this crafting time anyways. I need more steel. So let's go make some more steel. Egg. These are all overflow ones that I can craft for things. Anyways, I actually wish like it let you save the specific recipe instead of all the possible recipes for it as an array. Alright. First things first. 1, 2, 3. Then we need what? 1, 2 for the cage, and 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Then that lets me go like this. making this. Once I go and grab a bit more iron and stick some regular iron back into the system. Like, it processes fast. Oh, but it's not instant. Yeah, and if you need it much faster than this, like, yes, in the exact moment, if you're way behind, it's a little bit annoying to wait for it, but at the same time, like... technically, I should be a little more reserved on my use of Echo, but this is one of those one-time crafts, and absolutely is something I will need by the end of the whole thing anyways. And since I already set aside the Echo for the... this isn't unreasonable. Now, I need to figure out I thought I had more loose copper chests from prior chesting. To set up as no? And like style-wise, there's no reason that I need specifically to have red. Am I out of redstone besides what I just mined? So it turns out it was good for me to have already gone and gotten these, or gotten that redstone. And then I think yeah, you don't even need to have converted them into the basic to start with. You just convert them straight to copper. All right. Now there's one extra thing. None of these are in an array that's currently depositing. So we got one more expense. Into router. And that goes. Let's see. Which one's this one? Okay. So this one goes here, and this one remains here. Oh. And then, yeah, those are now running. I'm going to run out of Larry, aren't I? Yeah. Because it's copper, 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 copper. Iron, iron. Yep. Don't even have stack or void yet. Not that it matters too much because I'm unlikely to be generating enough that either one of those are going to stack or void yet. As well as and I don't have the materials for making the what you call it, redstone furnace that I would stick behind the sponges so that they auto process. Okay, so that's a full count on the chromatic iron. Which means any further chromatic iron needs to be compacting before it goes in. No, I was not counting there. That was all luck. Now, where's the fun in that? There's one way to handle this the right way. It's stupid. Because you see, these you get out of raw vaults. So if I go and do a bunch of raw vaults, I might get those. And then it'd be decent to have the ability to compact those automatically. Black chromatic nuggets are bait. You get them early in the black market and then never ever after that. And like, unless you buy the black nuggets from the black market, at least 9 times, you aren't going to have a decent, even amount of it. Technically, I should go and just, like, manually murder some, of these guys at a, what you call it? Ocean Monument. I mean, I know where a few are. They aren't showing on the map, despite the fact that technically me being inside them should have drawn them on my cave view here. You know, like being inside Kiki's base through cave view. And I don't know what cave view generated that. Like some of these, it's like, okay, why do you have oddball cave views, noting that it's doing the layers thing? And it's like, why were you in those specific caves? Why were you in those specific caves? It's like, heck if I know. Like, this is obvious. Smartbook saw this cave and was like, this would make a decent place to put a base. So they set up over here, and I just was like, okay, I'm going to take over this pillar and this pillar, and then I was just going to dig into the wall where there was a good 2x2 patch, and then I started throwing a couple of other blocks in over here where they're kind of out of the way of anything they might do. Something minor chunk aligned. Theirs are not. But that also means that, like, I have to take their base, their section of the base into account whenever I get around to making mega torches. And the fact that to actually suppress every bit of mob instead of just like absolute closest, you gotta place the mega torches 64 blocks away from the furthest edge you expect to use. On all the sides, and then make sure that you've got at least another torch, like anytime you would have any of the inner areas, that you would have at least 128 blocks, and then you have to have them both at about height 4 or 5, depending on how, like 5 usually is fine because That leaves only bedrock layer and below. And then you gotta put another batch 133-ish to suppress everything between. So that leaves you with like 2 arrays. And like even if we're conservative and say our entire base, the central area we're only going to be using, can be covered by 1 megatorch, which would have to be what? Right now, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is 1 megatorch worth of area. Which means, like, technically you could fudge it and get kinda close, but at the same time, it's like, no. That still leaves a small amount of spawn area, which means you need at least 2 torch area, 2 torch wide area inside. And then, so you need at least 32 torches for complete suppression. So that you could get even like these caves and this cave, like all this, so it doesn't spawn like this unless it's on a spawner. Like these could still work. This one up here by the powdered snow would still work even if you got a good suppression field around it. But no. Honestly, I think it's funny that I still bother to mark those this many seasons in. I never use them. Okay. I shouldn't say I never use them. I have, in fact, used Cave Spider Spawner. And done the Cave Spider Spawner EXP and items before. I had done a season of that when somebody pointed one out to me and wanted it converted. Which those come with their own extra work for setting up, because you have to set like very specific height things and very specific hold things so that the EXP comes out, the spiders don't, and the player can still make a proper swing at it, and you can collect all the items. Which, like most of that's at the collection side as opposed to the... Oh, and you have to make absolutely certain that any spiders who try and climb the walls get eliminated properly. I like to make the top of the walls have water atoms so that if they climb up into them, they start drowning. Because that tends to work the best. What's my knowledge look like? My knowledge looks like... I need to compress it. There we go. There's no actual backwards recipe for it, so, like, this actually costs the more expensive, the one that costs 20 vault diamonds, because you need to use that plus that, and then it's the annoying kind, because it'll compress so that you no longer have any registered as in the system. And, like, technically I could hit this with the 2x2, but... Ugh. Anyways, that's more than enough for today. Let's take a quick glance at how many crystals I've managed to accumulate now. 13. And how many did I need? 31. So I got a ways to go before that, which means I might just have to wander into the ocean and go in steps. Like, at some point, in theory, this is supposed to update what in the world it's pointed at. So it starts reading the correct thing. There we go. You have to update it in the world at least once. Which technically lets us do this. And now those read right. Purely aesthetic reason. Doesn't make any sense for me to actually have those. Need 2 points for lucky momentum. And technically, I should probably drop sorcery and get myself Hunter and Hunter's Instinct. Because that's more what I need. Eventually, it's going to ask me about gas tiers, and I'm going to have to actually stick gas in a cage. Like, and like, I won't have too bad of a time of it. Anyways, in theory, I'm supposed to go and make some grilled cheeses now. And we're going to kill some hordes for faceted foci. So we'll catch y'all next time. Bye.